Hi, chat. The timer's not over, but I just want to tell you that I love you. Okay, now the timer's pretty much out. Oh boy, welcome. Welcome to Tuesday, guys. Blast off. If I hear construction noises today again, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die myself. That's what will happen. Okay, there's a couple things I wanted to get into before we start to develop today. And one of them was a video. And one of them I completely forgot about. There was a pretty short video about piracy here that I'd love to talk about, because I haven't really given my full stance on game piracy. And I think it'd be a good time to. And hopefully, give you guys some good vibes here. Let's pause this and give this a listen. How loud is this going to be?
Hi everyone, it's me, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
And today I want to talk about piracy.
Same.
Doobie Doctor 5000 asks, what are your feelings on video game piracy and anti-piracy DRM measures? Have your colleagues expressed their own views to you on that topic? I'll be honest, don't really talk about piracy much anymore. I haven't really talked about piracy with colleagues since, I think back in Fallout, when we were talking about whether to have DRM on the CD, and I said, that CD is full. There's no way anybody's going to be able to copy 700 meg. Anyway.
I'm surprised that he hasn't talked about DRM at all with colleagues in that time. I mean, I talk about DRM and piracy, I would say, not commonly, but it comes up at least a few times a year, I would say. I'm surprised. Maybe these just has a a general consensus with his colleagues. I don't know. We'll see.
Not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about piracy itself, though. Excuse me. I hear terrible things about piracy. I've been hearing them for decades. People love to say that piracy is costing the industry so much money and it's horrible and undermining everything. I listen. I don't see a lot of evidence for that.
Same.
In fact, people I know who actually pirated games wouldn't have bought them anyway. Either they didn't have the money, or they were pirating kind of just to complete a collection. I know people who just like to collect games. So you're not going to lose.
Okay. I agree. I agree with him. So I have a few views, or I have a few reasons why I think that people pirate. I would say that, number one, like he said, they're not going to buy it anyway. I would say that in most cases, piracy is not a lost sale. It is a potential one. So, yes, some people just don't have the money to pirate. Some people didn't want to buy your game anyway. And I think that some people also pirate games to try them out, which is actually one of the reasons that I pirate certain games. Is if they don't have a demo on Steam, and I'm not too sure about it, and I feel like I'm going to have to put in more than 2 hours to really feel if I'm going to like the game, yeah, I will pirate a game. And I'm unashamed about that. The thing is, if I like the game, I will end up buying it because I want to be able to earn achievements. I want to be able to just play more seamlessly. I want to have more updates and bug fixes that the developers are putting out. And I want to support the developers if I like the game. But I agree with the general feeling of it's not a lost sale. That if somebody's pirating your game, they have a reason to pirate your game. And I think that Gabe Newell said it best, that it is a service issue in a lot of cases, where if it's easier to pirate a game than it is to legitimately obtain the game, people are going to pirate it, right? If you have too much DRM, if you have too much overhead to get into your game, like third-party software that you have to download, agreements, you have to verify email and shit, it's like, bro, it's a single-player game. Can I just fucking play?
Lose a sale if you never would have had a sale. But I will say that I did lose a sale collect games. So you're not going to lose a sale if you never would have had a sale.
Yeah.
But I will say that I did see piracy of certain games, and I saw why. But I'll talk about that. I think whenever consumers are offered a reason to buy a game, they'll do it. Back when things were physical, pack-in items for fun, maps, especially like cloth maps, coins, and other, they called them tchotchkes.
Yes, and physical media being given with your game is sadly just a rarity nowadays. Not again, if you need 20 minutes to make an account first, no, it's not. It's more of a chore, right? I'll show you what, like, I don't know, Ultima. I remember getting these games when I was young with my dad, right? And we bought Ultima, and okay. This is a good example. This is a great example. And it would come with all of these goodies, right? You'd have the cloth map, you'd have maybe some little thing, you'd have a full game guide that would actually tell you how to play the game and give you like the controls, maybe little hints, things to do first in the game. Like these were actual guides. I mean, look how thick this is. This is not just oh, here's a code to download the game off of the store. No, these were actual pieces of physical media that you could enjoy with the game itself. Also, by the way, if you guys have never played Ultima 7, holy shit, is it a good RPG. Here's an example of something you can do in Ultima 7. You can kill someone's son, fill a bucket with his blood, and bake bread and then feed the parents with the bread that you bake. And my dad, games came with booklets in their containers. Not that D's. Maybe fix the sentence for me. I can't read good. You know, I need Derek. I need a Derek Zoolander Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good, and who want to learn to do other things good too. That's some Game of Thrones move right there. Oh, Nintendo DS games. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I miss this shit. To be honest. And you know what? I'll tell you what. For all the shit that I give Baldur's Gate 3, guess what I have at home? Guess what I was able to obtain? Fuck yeah, bitch. No, DS got corrected into dad. That's funny. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I really like art books too. I really love looking at art books. This was such a cool set to get. And I mean, it's kind of sad because I was able to get this for retail price. Like I bought it really early and managed to get it before it sold out. And I could have sold it for like $1,000, and it only cost like $300 to get. I can't do it. The statue is too cool. I like the big metal D20, the cloth map. Although I'll tell you what, guys, the cloth map, it has the upper city on it, with locations in the upper city. That ain't in the game. Sad I missed out on Death's Door physical art book. Oh, Death's Door had a physical art book? That's really awesome. I didn't know that. Fuck, I kind of want that too. I really like Corvids. One of them that I really missed. Okay, one of them, I have also the Killzone 3 Collector's Edition, which is really cool. So it came with this, it's a tiny image. There it is. It came with this, this helmet. And you could actually lift the helmet off, and that's where the game and the art book were stored in. Maybe there's a shot of it. I don't see it. I don't see somebody showing it. But I love really cool collector's editions. And the cool part about this is I think I got this at GameStop on sale for like $30 because they were just trying to get rid of extra art, extra collector's editions of this. And I'm like, what, $30? I mean, I already own the game, but it's like $30 for this awesome fucking statue and this helmet. I'm not passing that up. I also got the Doom 2016 collector's edition for really cheap, and this had a Revenant statue. And underneath the Revenant, there's a small fan that spins with a red LED light, so it looks like a vent. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Good shit. Okay, back to piracy. I got completely sidetracked. That store was a cute bourbon? Yeah, it was. He made like 100 of them. Fuck. That's so cool.
Whenever those were packed in to the game box, sales went up. I knew people who would buy the game because they wanted that.
Yes.
I knew people who framed some of those cloth maps. They were fun to get. They were fun to use while you played. I especially...
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember that this was like the era where online guides didn't exist. There were maybe forums, but they were really obscure. That it wasn't great to... It wasn't really considered normal to have... You didn't have two screens, right? You didn't have one screen of the game and one screen of like the forums open, and you could easily go between them. So oftentimes the things that came in the game, the things that came in with the box, right? Like the cloth map, that was your guide. That was your way to see, okay, we're here and we need to keep traveling this road to get to this town. Those words just, they're nostalgic, right? They were, like you said, they were reasons that people bought the game.
I especially liked it when you didn't need the pack-in. It wasn't like there for a copy protection measure. It didn't have like a code on it somewhere. It was just fun to have, but you'd look at it.
Yeah.
You'd look at this cloth map and go, I'm going to go here later in the game. Although I will say...
This is not pre-watched.
Fallout used a wire spiral manual, which is really cool because it closed flat. It opened flat.
Yeah, that's nice.
But it was really expensive to do that. I remember there were complaints when we did it, and then for Fallout 2, it was completely taken off the table. So that's why Fallout 2 had a manual that was bound. Now that things are digital, I don't think piracy is as big of a deal because A, it's super easy to buy a game.
Yes.
And 2, if you go through those library channels, or those streaming services, you get this nice library that you don't have to keep a bunch of discs on your shelf.
Do people... Okay, no, I know what he's mean. He doesn't mean like streaming services like GeForce Now or something. He just means like through Steam. He means having digital libraries or like GOG library, right? Okay, I get it.
You don't have to manage where these are kept. It's just you have an account at Steam or GOG or Epic, and they're all the games you've ever bought. And you can download them, play them, wipe them locally, and you still own them. It's nice. I think once things like that happen, people stopped worrying about piracy because people are willing to pay if paying gives you the best product and a lot of services.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. This, again, goes back to what Gabe Newell says, right? Where it's a service. It should provide the best service with the game, provide a good game, and piracy goes down. People will often just go the simplest, most reasonable route. And if at a certain point it's easier to get a pirated, potentially buggy or old version of your game than it is to actually get your legitimate game, people will just go get the pirated version.
And that gets me to the problem I always had with anti-piracy measures, is it usually hurt the valid consumer more than the pirate. I mean, back when I had my Atari, they used to do things like put bad sectors on floppy disks and then try to read that sector. And if it could, it knew it was a pirated game because it was, how do you write a bad sector? Although pirates quickly figured out how to write a bad sector by adjusting the speed of their floppy drive during writes.
He's right. Like, there are very few piracy countermeasures that pirates won't be able to crack. people do not. I think a lot of like publishers or developers, it's usually publishers that make this decision, right? They don't understand the tenacity of the average pirate and the people who want to pirate. In a lot of cases, it's like almost a way of life. It is a challenge. When Denuvo releases a new version, it challenges these groups and these individuals to try and crack it. Fuck Denuvo, by the way.
It wasn't hard. But what happens is if you make a game,
Anti-cheat software is okay. And I'm fully in favor of anti-cheat software in multiplayer games. It has no place in single player games. Get it out of here. Nobody wants it. But and there's also cases like where like Elden Ring, right, where it has the anti-cheat, but it's because it has that online element that is kind of integrated into the single player. So it makes sense, right?
Game that runs slower or takes longer to start up or whatever will become unplayable if someone loses a piece of paper or a color wheel
or an
disc.
internet connection.
You're going to drive valid consumers away from your
Yep.
product. Whether they buy it or not, or whether they pirate it or not, they're not going to buy it. Because once someone pirates and they have wiped those measures, if the game's better because of it, if it runs faster, has a better frame rate, doesn't pause occasionally, starts up really fast, why would you want to play the valid one? And also, when I mentioned that color wheel disc, my first year at Interplay, I went to go play a game they were using a anti-piracy measure. It was a color wheel. You had to match symbols. And you not only had to match the correct symbol, but you had to match the correct color of the symbol.
You have to do a fucking puzzle. To play your own game, you have to fucking solve a puzzle. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. But he's right. Like, the moment you make... It's really... It doesn't make logical sense. You make your product worse, and you somehow think that that's going to make people more likely to buy games from you. No. If you want people to buy games from you, just make a good game and give them the easiest access to getting into starting a new game. That's it. That is all you have to do. But the moment you add DRM, you are basically making yourself a villain for a lot of people. You're basically saying, if you cannot afford my game, you do not deserve to play my game. And there's nothing wrong with this sentiment of I provide product, you provide money, and we do the exchange. But the moment you come out and say you do not, like you explicitly say, and this is adding DRM like Denuvo or something, I think it's almost a statement that you make. You are not allowed to play my game in any circumstance unless you pay for it. That, I feel like, has a different connotation than saying, I am offering my product, and if you would like to pay for it, this is how, the transaction, right? It's almost gatekeeping. And I think that not only drives legitimate consumers who might want to purchase the product away from your product, but it drives people who want to try your product and maybe can't afford it yet away from ever playing it. You need to think about it this way. If you have a game, and games are getting more expensive, right? $70. If you have a game that's $70 with DRM, and somebody just wants to say, look, I'm going to buy it next Steam sale, I'm going to buy it my next paycheck, but I just want to try it now to see if I like it. And they can't. They might not ever try it. They might just move on to the next game. There are so many games coming out. They're not going to sit around and wait for it.
And I couldn't do it. I remember after several tries to get that color wheel working, I went down to the executive producer's office and just ranted. And he didn't believe me. He was like, you're not colorblind. You can see that. And I was like, I'm not red-green. I'm whole spectrum, and I can't play this game. And it was super
also, yeah, it's like, if you're colorblind, fuck you. You can't play our game.
frustrating. And what's odd about it, I could have just hacked it trivially to make no matter what you typed in as the symbols that matched, it would report that as fine. In fact, that was a trivial change. I tried to explain that to a lot of people who were really pro anti-piracy measures of how trivial they were to circumvent, but no one cared. Also, I would like to point out that there are several games that survive now because of piracy. Games that shipped on floppies,
He's
and
right.
the companies don't exist anymore, and the original.
What is it called? Like abandonware? And he's right. A lot of individuals do keep these running. They hack into the source code. They fix some issues, or they keep it running on modern emulators. He's right. He's right. Piracy does have a lot of upsides. This is why demos are so good. You're 1,000,000% correct. I'm so thankful that Steam Next Fest has become such a big and important feature for game dev, and it doesn't occur just once a year. It occurs multiple times a year. That if you want to get such a head start on your marketing, or obtaining player feedback, Next Fest is such a great way to do it, and it's so pro consumer. It's so good for players. There's a Next Fest that's going to be happening next month sometime, and I think we're going to spend a few days and just download a bunch of demos and play them all day for a few days. I need to get the dates of that figured out. I might do that after this video.
Like source code and stuff like that is lost to time. If the only copies around were floppies, those floppies have all decayed by now.
Yeah.
The only reason there are some games around that are still playable is because someone pirated them and either moved it to a hard drive or put it up on the net. And I'm not saying that's justifying piracy. I'm just saying piracy isn't all bad. There are some games out there I know of that only exist because the pirated version was out there.
Yeah.
Okay, so people complain also, though, about, hey, I wish we had more games like this one. People say that about some of my older games, and they didn't sell well. And I can tell you, piracy may not have been the cause of them not selling well, but it certainly didn't help. There are a lot of my older games that are cult classics. They didn't sell well, and they were pirated a lot. And if you were one of the people who did that, and now you're complaining, how can we get more games like that? It's really hard to get a new publishing deal when they look at your previous games, sales figures, and go, nah, those aren't very good. Now, for my game,
He is right. He is right. But I would also think, yeah, but you can't look at you can't. I wouldn't say that sales numbers of games that are decades old are very much an indicator of how well a similar game or a sequel or a spiritual successor would do nowadays. The market changes, I would say every about like 3 to 5 years, there's a different, there's like a new fad in the video game market. It's very volatile. It changes very often. This is why games, a lot of AAA games are becoming, much shorter to make, is because the longer they get to make, there is a possibility, and in some cases a very strong possibility, that your game just there won't be an interest in your game or your genre of game by the time that it's actually ready to release. So that's why the 2-year dev cycle is very stable in some ways, is because it's much easier to predict 2 years from now than it is to predict 5 to 10 years from now. But I don't think that it's the case anymore where if I would, for instance, if I pitched this, let me show you guys. And you've seen this before. This is not anything new for you. But that spiritual successor to Majesty, which is like a 20-year-old game, right? Our game, The Nightmare Lake. This one. This was based off of a game called Majesty, and we had a slide in here of, do people actually want this? And I'll pull it out because I think it's pretty good. Where is it? Here it is. Strategy games, like everything is a niche, right? The moment you get into strategy is a genre of games, and people who like strategy games, it goes down. People who like games, people who like strategy games, people who like real time strategy games, people who like fantasy real time strategy games. There's always that slice, and that slice is your market, right? So, one of the things we mentioned is, yes, this is an old game. Do people want this? And we found that there were quite a lot of people who want this idea, but it's just never been made yet. And so this is one of the things that you have to convince a publisher of is, especially if you're making an older game or a successor, spiritual successor to an old game, is this market still relevant? Is this weird niche game that came out 20 years ago still something that is possible to market to today? And all that determines budget, right? The smaller your market, the smaller amount of money that you'll have potential to gain. So in which case your game's scope is going to have to be managed that, because your budget's going to be probably lower. Go back in. Sorry, I got kind of sidetracked about that. But I don't necessarily. I don't necessarily see the point of publishers nowadays looking at a 20-year-old game and saying, because it was pirated a lot, or because, well, okay, if they look at sales, yes, they might see, okay, it was niche, but I still believe that it might have been niche then, but it would not be niche now. Speaking of weird niche games, I would love a spiritual successor to MTG Chandelar. I've never fucking heard of that. I've never heard of that one.
Games, there were a lot of other reasons they didn't ship. Bugginess, shipping incomplete, and all that. But I'm just saying, don't justify piracy with that. Piracy didn't help.
That's true.
However, having said all that stuff,
piracy never directly helps monetarily, financially. But I do believe that you can take one of two routes, and most, or I would say three routes, right? You have either support piracy, condemn piracy, or just say fucking nothing. And most developers, I think, just say nothing. They release the game. It might have a little bit of DRM. It might have just like Steam DRM, right, which is very easy to crack. It's already been cracked a million times. And most developers just say, they don't say anything. It just happens. They know their game is pirated, but they just keep making the game. They release it, whatever. And I think that is a fair route to go. It's certainly better than condemning piracy all around, because it's just going to push people away, or adding so much DRM that you are essentially condemning even legitimate purchasers in some way. Magic the Gathering, but RPG, doing dungeons to get rare, powerful cards, getting dungeon winning battles, buying cards in town, doing quests. Yeah, that sounds a lot. Okay, I won't say a lot, but it sounds similar to a card-based RPG game that I had in mind. I don't know if I ever talked to you guys about that. Let me write that down. Steam Next Fest schedule and talk about. I don't think I ever made a name for it. Card game dungeon brawler. I'll pitch that idea to you guys, and you guys can tell me what you think of it.
I'm more worried about a lot of other things in the industry now. I mean, piracy doesn't even make.
Yeah, this is true.
I want to say it doesn't make my top 10. I don't even think it's on my list.
No, it's not.
If I would say the things you should be worried about in the industry right now, there's probably two big things. One, there are too many hands in the pie.
Oh, yeah.
When a game makes money, who takes that money? Publishers take a big chunk of it, and they say, well, we supplied the capital, we took the risk. I see a lot of developers go under. They seem to be taking a lot more risk. But now, in addition to publishers, you have whoever is doing the digital sales.
I mean, he's so right, too. It's publishers do supply the capital, but in a lot of cases, publishers don't have the same risk that a developer does. It's very common that if you do not succeed with a publishing deal you are so you are sucking so much on the teat of the publisher that they are your lifeblood to the point where if you don't succeed, you will have no chance in hell. And keep in mind this: it isn't just you either don't get the deal or you get the deal and you release the game, and those are the 2 points where you might fail. Right? There are what's called milestones in game dev, and these are just these are deliverables, right? So at a certain milestone, like after every 2 months, is a new milestone, and the publisher expects certain things. And these milestone deals are approved before the game is even started. They might undergo some changes, but overall, they're expected to be given with the publishing deal. And if you fail at those milestones, it is possible that they might just withdraw funding. And in some cases, you might even have to pay back the money that they gave you. And for a lot of developers, they can't. They have nothing, or they have to sell everything or fire so many people that it's now impossible to make a new game of the same scope. And yeah, it's just like you said, actually developers in a lot of cases take way more risk than the publishers do, even though the publishers are supplying the capital. And there's more remote work nowadays. There's more hybrid work. It's possible to find work with a company that doesn't require you to move. But before that became more standard, it was very common that you would have to pick up and move your life completely across the country, or even to a different country or different continent in order to find work in the industry. And so if the company went under, it's very, it is a job, let's put it that way. This is a very dangerous career for stability.
Whether it's, Steam or Epic or GOG or whatever, they take a chunk.
And he's talking about specific chunks too that these companies. I'm sorry, I'm pausing this often, but it's like he's going through so many important concepts that it's like you guys may not understand, but Steam, no matter what, takes 30% of all of your earnings. If I sell a game for $1, they take 30 cents. If I sell a game for, $30, they're going to be taking $9 of that. It's massive. And then after that, I have to pay potentially a percentage to Unity. Well, Unity is a flat fee, right? Well, who the fuck knows what Unity is doing nowadays? Or I have to pay, if I've made over $1 million from that game, I have to pay Epic 5%, which it's not much, but it does add, which means now 35% is gone. Then I have to pay taxes on it, which can be anywhere between another, well, I'm not going to say specific for taxes because it all depends on type of company and how much you've made and all this shit. But you then have to pay, let's just say you have to add taxes to that. And then you have to pay, the running cost, the operating costs of your company just to keep it moving forward. And then after that, you might have a little bit left over for profit to help grow your company, hire a new person, start working on a new game, give out bonuses, who knows. It's bad.
Used a game engine like Unity or Unreal, they take a chunk.
Marketing teams as well. If you have separate marketing teams, you have to pay that.
So there are so many hands in that pie that what finally gets in the developer's hands is much smaller than it used to be. And because there are so many games coming out, the giant game industry pie, which is way bigger than it used to be, is being sliced into tinier slices anyway. Another concern I have, which is just about game developers themselves and not game development companies, because most companies do not have any provisions for giving royalties to developers, you end up with a state of the industry which has a lot of negative effects for you, the consumer. One, individual developers don't feel a lot of loyalty anymore to companies because, especially with work from home, I just go wherever the salary's higher because I can't rely. There's nothing attaching me to the success of the game I make. If it goes out and does really well, it doesn't like it affects me much. Yeah, it makes my resume look better for going to other companies, but it usually doesn't affect me much at the company I'm at.
That's a really good point too. Yeah, you make the next. Okay, let's say this, and I don't know what Larian Studios looks like, but I'm just gonna use Baldur's Gate 3 as an example because it was pretty much last year's largest game, by far, and certainly one of the most popular games in the last uh, few years at least. You make a game like that, and imagine if you just continued to receive the same salary after a game has sold that many copies. And I don't even want to know. And SteamDB is not super accurate, but let's just take a look at what it estimates, right? Owner estimations are between 13 and 30,000. And this is just on Steam. Reminder, it is on consoles. Imagine you just continue to receive your paycheck like that after you've just worked on a game that is probably one of the most successful games in recent times. It doesn't really make you feel that great. Like you said, it makes your resume look better for going to other companies, which is a really good way to put it. Uh, but if you want to stay at the company, you don't really care how good your resume is. There are way more important things like, yes, getting paid, but money is not the sole motivator for people. A lot of cases too, and this is the case for me. I don't mind taking a slightly smaller salary compared to, I don't know, working at like Ubisoft or EA, as long as it means that I'm making games that are good for consumers. I'm making enjoyable games that I would want to play, and that I feel proud about selling. Working with a team that respects me and helps me grow and points out flaws and helps me challenges me. There are a lot of companies where you aren't going to get that even if you get a higher salary. However, some people just care about the salary. They don't really give a shit. They see it as a job. They go in, they do their work, they get money, pay me more. And everybody has different motivators, right? However, if the game does well and you don't get any royalties from that, you really start to wonder, well, like, I put in more effort. I can't really, get a promotion, or I don't really want a promotion. Some people don't want leadership positions. They just want to be that competent senior, right? They don't want to be the one dealing with the scheduling or making decisions or running a team. They just want to be the person that does their job. They do it really fucking well, and they just take tasks, right? Like, okay, big task, I can handle it. I've done this many times. I'm doing it. And I get that. Trust me, as somebody who's been in leadership positions and is kind of in one now, and will certainly be in one when we hire people, I really sometimes just miss okay, just give me a task. I'm just gonna do it. You deal with everything else.
Also, when people are considering going into the game industry versus other industries, I remember back in the 90s and early 2000s, a lot of 3D artists were saying, oh, it's stupid to go into the game industry. You'll get paid more in the movie industry. And we lost a lot of really, really, really good 3D artists to the movie industry. Movies started looking better. Took a while for the game industry to recover from that. Same thing I see happening now with narrative designers. Narrative designers get nothing if their game does well. But if they wrote that same thing as a screenplay for a movie and the movie gets made, they get royalties for that. So,
Fair point. I mean, fair point, right? Fair point. Although if I was, Microraptor will have some sort of like royalty thing, right? I believe that we should share the successes of our games with the company, with the people making the success, right? It isn't. The company is being successful, yes, but the company is made up of individuals who are driving the success. So I would just say that, if the royalties that we make off of our games, if I can give that out and still keep the company moving forward and profitable, I would just give everyone on the team the same kind of royalties, right? It I don't think I would want to start splitting up and making a game out of who has done more work. It's just no, you were part of the team. May have done less, you may have done more, but we're all part. We're all moving. We're all part of Microraptor. We're all moving the team forward. So, but he is right with what he's saying.
The fact that unions exist to support that in Hollywood is a big thing, and I don't want to do a whole union thing.
Fair.
I'm talking about piracy here, but I'm just saying when individuals think about going to the game industry, this is the kind of stuff they think about. Is there anything in this for me long term? Is there any reason I need to be loyal to a company or even to a product I just made? If I worked on a game that did well, I could probably make more money by jumping to another company and getting an increased salary there or an increased position.
True.
Jumping from senior to lead. So I've always thought that royalties were a good way of trying to keep people at the company they were at and to reward them for what they did, which is why, because Troika got royalties from the publisher for Arcanum, since Sierra gave us royalties, we took half of those royalties and rolled them into the next game, and the other half we split evenly.
Yeah, but royalties aren't the only way. Okay, so there's a couple type of companies, right? We have the like stepping stone companies and the destination companies. And I'll put it this way. Usually the companies that are more willing to hire the less experienced people, you'll often find that those are stepping stone companies, right? And the two differences here are stepping stone companies are companies that people don't really stay at and they're not really meant to stay at. They're used to pad your resume, to give you a little bit of knowledge and push you a bit forward, give you a bit more chance at obtaining that dream job at a destination company. Destination companies are those companies that they're the dream jobs, right? The ones that you know that you'll stay at if you got that position, or you're pretty confident you'll stay at. And no matter what, no matter how much a stepping stone company pays, it may not ever become a destination company for people. I mean, sure, it would be great if I could earn, I don't know, $20,000 a month at a company, but if I'm just making mobile games that are full of loot boxes, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to stay there long. I'm going to stay there just enough to make a bit of money and, like buy a house and, get a car or something, things that I don't have now. And then I'm fucking out of there. I do not care how much they pay me. If I am not making something that I feel happy about or proud about, that just doesn't meet my personal values, I'm not staying there. And I may not even take the job. So different things motivate different people. Money is absolutely important, and it is always going to be an important factor when working someplace, even if they provide everything else that you need. But I don't think that it's the sole motivator.
Between the developers who made Arcanum. So that's what I thought was a great way of doing it. It's like, hey, if you want this game to do well, programmer, artist, designer, because if it does well and royalties come in, you get a chunk of that.
Yeah.
I thought that was the perfect mesh. But
I'll tell you what, you can offer royalties. And this is kind of similar, but a little bit different than what I just said. You can offer royalties to the developers. But if they just have no passion about the game that they're making, or they're burnt out because they're being overworked, you could offer them a shit ton of money. Or if they even see that the game is unlikely to succeed no matter how much they try, just because maybe the publisher's doing something stupid, maybe the game idea just wasn't that good, even though they're getting paid to make it, they're probably not going to give too much shit about it. They're going to be like, okay, I can destroy my mental and physical health overworking myself on this game to do my best job at programming or making art ever. That isn't going to change the outcome of the game in some cases. And oftentimes, too, this is a problem of like unity and shared vision. So, oh God, I really need to talk about that. Okay, we have something else to talk about after this, and I don't want to go into too much detail, but I really want to talk about something.
We couldn't get that deal on any subsequent contract, and Sierra started saying because of cost of goods, they didn't know us any more royalty, and that all just fell away. So I'm not saying it's a perfect plan, but I think it's better than what's going on right now. Anyway, piracy's bad. I don't think it's nearly as bad as what people say it is, and I think there's far worse things to worry about than that. So I hope that answers your question, Doobie Doctor.
Piracy is bad, but there are reasons for piracy that I think developers need to be more considerate about. Attack piracy for the dangers that it presents to potential customers, right? Because you can always download a virus. You could always, you're just going to get a buggy game. But I don't think you should attack the people pirating or the reasons that they pirate. I think you should just try to address them in some way. So it was a good video. If you guys want to give this guy a follow, or if you're interested, there's the link. His name's Timothy Kane, and I really enjoyed that. Really enjoyed that. But there's something I want to talk about related to this motivation of, oh, the harder you work, the better. There was a talk from a producer at Obsidian, and if you don't know Obsidian, it's they make a ton of games, right? I think Fallout New Vegas is one of their most notable. They worked on, I think, one called Tyranny or something. CRPGs. They make Pillars of Eternity. Am I right about that? Pillars of Eternity is Obsidian. Somebody correct me on that. Or South Park, Stick of Truth was made by Obsidian. And she had a really good talk. I think her name was Carrie Patel, called No Mavericks, No Martyrs. And this was a really interesting talk about how people who overwork, who try to become that maverick, or who overwork to be the martyr, like, we need this done, I'm going to be the one to do it. Can often present a really bad, what's the way that I want to put this? They send a bad message to the rest of the team that in order to succeed, and this is usually when this behavior is either allowed or, in worst cases, rewarded, right? Oh, Jimmy comes into the office and he, works for 10 hours a day. He puts in more work than anyone else doing the programming, and that's why we give him a bit more money. That's why he gets the promotions. That is toxic. That is absolutely toxic behavior. No company should do that, because now it's sending a message to the rest of the employees that in order to receive as much money as Jimmy, in order to receive as much praise or as much promotion, as much opportunity, they now have to overwork. And it spirals into this really, like, as a toxic kind of company mentality and company culture, where you're now promoting bad health and bad practices as a means of progressing through your company's hierarchy or structure. And especially when in the creative industry, right, when in the creative field like game development, you need people at their mental best. And there are so many factors that go into that, right? But one of them is, how much are they working? Are you overworking? Do you feel respected? Do you feel rewarded? Do you feel included? Inclusion is a word that I think probably is misused a lot nowadays to imply something else than it really should mean. But, for me, an inclusion, especially at a workplace, is, are people giving you the opportunity to make your voice heard, to challenge yourself and apply yourself to things, especially for new people joining the company, right, are going to be the people that are kind of seen as outsiders of the pack until they work their way into it, right? And one of the ways that you can just immediately bring someone into the fold is kind of just putting them into a team of people who work really well together and just let them learn the process, right? Include them in that. But you need to be healthy about it. You need to make sure that people aren't overworking or incentivized to overwork. Which is why even a company that provides extra money for overtime is still in some ways incentivizing those negative, uh, that negative culture, where it's like, okay, so Jimmy is single in his 20s. He doesn't have a family yet, but now suddenly he's given the opportunity to make more money than me, even though I have these responsibilities. And you could get into a weird, muddy territory of life choices and all this shit. But also at the same time, how about you just plan your game correctly? How about you just think a bit about the production of your game so that you don't need to overwork, or you don't need to have individuals overworking? It sends a terrible message to the rest of the team. And the moment that they feel like they can't catch up to Jimmy here, working overtime, making shit tons of money, getting promotions, they're either going to feel disinterested, they're going to feel disillusioned, they're going to feel they might have issues with loyalty, they might start feeling depressed, as if nothing they could do, because they have these responsibilities that have nothing to do with work and should never have to do with work, right? Nothing in your life or your family has anything to do with work. Now they feel like they're never going to succeed or become better in the company because the company isn't structured to promote people who are just doing their job during the hours they're expected to do it and doing it as well as possible. Because they'll never catch up to that Jimmy, to that Maverick, or to the martyr who makes it seem like they're the one that's taking upon the terrible responsibilities of the team. Oh, somebody's got to stand and get the shit fixed on Friday evening instead of going home. Somebody's got to come in on Saturday. It might as well be me. No, it's all bad. All of it's bad. That's it. That's my rant. And rant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Sorry, guys. I got really sidetracked by that. We just spent an hour. I'd only meant to talk about it for like 20 minutes maybe, but it spiraled out of control. But I hope I provided some insight on that. Okay, what else did I want to talk about? Okay, this is Steam Next Fest. This should be really quick. I just need to add this to the calendar. Steam Next Fest 2024. Sometime in February, I think. February 5th through 12th. Oh my god, February looks excellent. TED Talk 10 out of 10. Thank you. I really hope that it made sense. If there was anything that didn't make sense, just please let me know. And remember, I'm no expert at this, but I'm starting to run my own company now, and these are kind of things that I've learned and tried to absorb from other leaders and company owners. I was in game design and I was a lead game designer, so I had to do a lot with production, and a lot of these things have to do with production. And Microraptor is trying to be sustainable, I guess you could say, in its development. We don't want to. There's no crunch. There's no. There will never be any crunch in Microraptor. If something can't be finished by the end of the week, it waits till Monday. It waits till the next workday. Who cares? We're aiming for a 4-day work week. This is something that we can't do at the start of the company, but it's something that if we refine our processes well enough, I think a 4-day work week could be achieved. Getting quite burnt out of RuneScape. It happens. It happens. Take a break or something, coming back. Or just do something really AFK that you need to do, like just chop trees for a few weeks or something. Okay, so 5th through 12th, I think what we could do is... I kind of wish these were centered vertically. Kind of bug at me. Like, I don't have anything else I feel like doing, just be depressed. I'm sorry to hear that. Just take a break. You can come back to it. I don't know how many days you have left on membership, but just Just let it run out, just relax a bit, take a few months off, it happens. And the game's still going to be there when you come back. I would say, if we do 2 8-hour streams, I think maybe we could do Wednesday and Friday as Steam Next Fest. I don't know what you guys think about that. What color do we want to use for that? I don't know what color. That's really dark. That is not going to work. That works. Steam Next Fest demos. And this is going to be really fun. We're just going to play the demos. We're going to talk about it, see which ones are, in my opinion, most likely to succeed or do well, and just try to give them a little bit of a boost to visibility. I know my channel's small, but maybe somebody will see something new on here and like it. Okay, so that one's taken care of. Do you guys want to hear about the dungeon crawler game? I can talk about this while we work, so I don't have to faff around anymore. We can just kind of get right into working on our cave. Okay, all of our foliage has been made. We just need to place it. This one, I really wish there was I really wish there were folders here with foliage and I really hate this, that there's just this massive foliage page that's just gonna get full of shit. That's annoying. Yeah, you want to hear it? Okay. So, I'll pitch it like this. It is similar to... I would say first imagine a game like Hands of Fate. The Hand of Fate or Hands of Fate? Or Inscription, right? Where you're sitting at this table and you have this mysterious figure across from you, right? We need to delete these. You're doing a card game. So I'm going to be kind of slow talking about this, because I'm trying to delete some things first. So you're doing a card game, cool things happen, and then you jump into this other game mode, right? So imagine a game where you have this similar kind of setup, where you are sitting across from, in this case, a dungeon master. And you're playing a card game where you're building a dungeon. It's very much like you place one card, Dungeon Master places another card. And it's that back and forth. And your goal is to build a dungeon that is easy to get through and has a lot of loot, right? And the Dungeon Master's goal is to ruin your experience, fill it with monsters and traps, and make it as challenging as possible. Yeah, it's okay, we can put that up there. Now, you play all of your cards from your hand or your deck or whatever. And the Dungeon Master does too, right? Because it's a back and forth. It is not a symmetrical game, like you don't have the same cards, but you have the same number of cards. So it goes back and forth, right, like this. Then after that, you jump into the dungeon. And this is like a first person, you could almost say like extraction RPG, right? You now have to run the dungeon and try to obtain as much of the loot as you placed and avoid the traps and monsters that the Dungeon Master placed. And the loot that you obtain will either augment your first-person character, right, your dungeon crawling character, or it will add and or it will add new cards to your deck. And so it's a roguelike, right? It keeps going until you basically die or beat the final boss. So you can almost see it, it's got those 2 game modes, right? First one is quick card game almost, and then the second one is first person extraction RPG dungeon crawler. And that's the gameplay loop, essentially. Okay, let's see. I think like the concept? Thank you. Maybe I'll write something up about that. And I always had this idea. I don't know if was it In Sync? Okay, this is gonna be a wild. I think it was Bye, right? Okay, I'm gonna tie this into In Sync. I'm gonna tell you guys. It's gonna be fucking funny. Oh, it's perfect. Okay, it's perfect. Oh fuck, I need the music video though. In Sync, bye official video. Okay, we're not gonna listen to the music because I'm gonna get so in trouble if I play the music. But there's this view of this marionette. That's what it's called, right? The marionette's the person controlling the puppets. Or is that what the puppets are? Well, you guys know what I mean. But I have this view of when you're playing as in that first person view running the dungeon master is like, he's lording above you, right? And like controlling the dungeon as you run it. And sometimes he'll throw in he'll grab an enemy like a D&D game piece, right? But it's actually a moving skeleton, and he'll throw it down into the dungeon near you, and you'll have to fight another skeleton or something. So while you're doing this and you're trying to get out with as much loot as you can from that dungeon that you made, the dungeon master is just trying to make your life even worse and adding in some randomness, some unexpected things to the experience. Skeleton lands. Just that manipulating being above you. And I think it also provides just this really cool visual that's also great for marketing, right? Where when you look up, you look forward, you see dungeon, right? You see your dungeon that you made, but when you look up, you see this larger than life, this godlike being, like I said, lording over you and manipulating the dungeon as you run it. And then you get to the end of it, you get the treasure chest or whatever, choose your loot or something, or grab your loot, and then you come back to the table, and now you play another game, and it gets even harder. The more cards are added to, a card is added to your deck, maybe a card is also added to the DM's deck, but you don't know what. They can play cards like Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, a funny thing, but they can play cards in, hidden mode, right? So you don't know what trap was added or what was added. Maybe it isn't a trap, maybe it's an encounter. Maybe there's a card that you can play to reveal that, but that's the card that you choose for that round or something. I haven't thought about how the card game plays. I just think, card game leading to that dungeon crawling. I mean, some of the people I know, they would try to make a dungeon harder than what the dungeon master makes and try to run it. You're right. People would do that. But I also thought that some of the interest of that game, I think, or some of the really cool ways that we could develop it further, would be to make dungeon masters actual personalities. So you have maybe that I guess you could say like that Black Widow type female character, right? Not the one where she kills men, but the one where she like maybe specializes in arachnids and toxins. She's, and you have to fight just different types of enemies, and you have different types of like focuses of her deck, so to speak. And so each of the DMs that maybe randomly get chosen, or that you could maybe choose when you run a new game, or maybe it's like Slay the Spire, where each kind of level has its own main boss. So in this case, each section of the game that you go through, you face a different dungeon master, and each of them have their own specialties and maybe ways that you need to counter or address their specialties in the dungeon crawling mode. There's the idea. Don't know what you guys are thinking about that. Okay, we wanted to put, I think, the bullet. Yeah, that could go in here. Elder Mist could go in here. And I would say the crystals and the toxic cap. But I'm gonna save the toadstool. The toadstool and chantrelli will, or whatever the fuck you call it, will stay for above ground. Do we want to give these a little bit of a glow? Maybe? So here's my thought. Like, if I place the Elder Mist, if I can find it here. Here it is. So I can place it like this, right? And I guess it's kind of visible. And placing more of the crystals will certainly help give it a bit of ambient light. Or I could place just a really small, very small, subtle light on the meshes themselves. So something like this. Point light. And I will make it so that the main mesh does not actually cast a shadow, which is good to do if you place a light inside of it. And we'll make the attenuation radius really, really small. Good. It's gonna look really weird for a second. So yeah, with the dungeon crawling thing, one thing I wanted to do was just work on making the card game, because you don't actually need the dungeon crawling part of the game to prototype the card game. You don't even need to prototype the card game in the engine. You can just write it on pieces of paper, right? And then just, refine it and play it with people. Have one person play as Dungeon Master, one person play as the player, and just see how it feels. I like that blue. Why did that? Oh, because the construction script is probably going 500, 250. Even that's a bit too much. Well, actually, the attenuation radius isn't too bad, but the intensity is pretty high. Why does it keep doing that? Because the construction script is changing which variant is shown each time. annoying to test this. It's still kind of bright. When we do a game jam, though, we might try to do some idea like this. Let the adjustment happen. So I could do something like this where the, maybe like this one glows a little bit, and then when you pick it, the glow disappears until it's regrown. Just something very subtle so that you can kind of see where these are growing. Otherwise, they're just going to be dark and it's going to be kind of... Might be a little annoying to look for them. Maybe you guys like that idea, I don't know. Copy. Paste. Yeah, and then point light. Do you think I could hook this up too? No, it's not. I'd have to do a separate visibility toggle. It's fine. Yeah, that way you have these, and now if you harvest them, they should disappear. Wait for the exposure to, oh, and boop. And then when they come back, the lights will return. So you can kind of quickly come down here and note, okay, there's a mushroom that's regrown back here, right? And I can grab it. Might be nice. I think it's kind of nice. But you'll still have enough ambient light, I think, from the crystals that it's not going to be completely dark and dingy down here. I like that. Really, Cave? Thank you. I think it's a little it's amateur, but it's simple. It doesn't need to be too crazy, right? It just needs to be kind of cool. I really like lights, though. I like putting in a lot of fun lights in here. Why are those casting shadows? Glow Cave's the best, dude. I totally agree. I'm really partial towards them. I don't want that main mesh casting a shadow. Set cast shadow. I'm just gonna do that. Alright, good. Or maybe it's because I only did it to one of them. But that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. That this shouldn't be needed anymore. Problem solved. Okay, I'm gonna do it to the toxic cap as well, but we're gonna make it green. Make it nice and funky. Copy. Pasta. Change this to a nice green color. I want to place one down. Oh, why is this so big? Oh, it's in paint, that's why. I need to be able to see that light. Yeah, one of them will work. I kind of like that radiation green, that like slight green yellow, that sickly green yellow. It's really bright though. Main mesh. Where's my shadow? Cast shadow, no. I really should play Witcher 3 again. Only played it once. There's just so many games though. Set visibility. Okay. Those look good. I think the crystals are automatically going to be emissive anyway. And there was one more I think we wanted to put down here, but I won't put a glow on this one. Place some more toxic caps. Okay, we got 6 of them. I think that's pretty decent. Toadstool, red crystal. I'm gonna Elder Mist. I like that these grow. The idea of these growing on rocks. Personally. I don't know if the player can get up here though. We'll test it out. A and D bullet. I see this one grows near like the entrance. Why is game design hard? I can write game engines, but I struggle with basic game design decisions. They implode. How would I answer that? I would say one is much more logical and structured, and the other is based a lot more on theory, which always changes, so you can never really be an expert at game. I see it more like, you know, because people think they can become an expert, and once they reach expert level, they're always going to be that. And so I say you can never become an expert at game design, but you can master elements of game design. But it's always going to be changing. You know, you can be a designer, leave for 10 years, you come back, and a lot of your design methodologies, they might be outdated, they might not be enjoyed by players anymore. It's ever changing. Do you want to become better at game design? Like that there. Thank you. I made that up on the spot, and I was hoping that it would make sense. I was really worried it wouldn't. It's like, ah, shit. I don't think this sounds that great. Why are these so deep in the... Oh, those are way too deep in the dirt. My details. Yeah, let's do that. That looks better. Trying something new for myself where I build a game instead of yet another rendering engine that I abandoned because I have no goals for it. I get what you mean. It's almost like you're building the framework, but you don't really have anything to put within it. You have the frame, you don't have the content. You know, which is certainly not an insult, right? Every designer needs that person who can build the frame, and every framework engineer needs the person who can fill the frame. Yeah, pretty much have a framework and nothing to do with it. The core of game design is just fun, right? And it doesn't make it any, I guess it doesn't make it any easier to deal with because, you know, what is fun? But it all comes down to, you know, what niche are you trying to fill? What market is within that niche? And what does that market find enjoyable? If you're going for like a real product, of course, that's a really important question to ask yourself and a question that you have to answer. But if you're just trying to challenge yourself, I think you can find good ways, I would say, just to mimic what other people have done. And if you can mimic it, you might along the way find out why it's fun, right? I don't know. I'm gonna put, you know what, I'm gonna put these around the water's edge. I think I like that idea more. I'm putting them around the entrance. They'll be more visible that way too. I mean, personally, as a game designer, I do a lot of mimicking and combining of different game ideas, especially games that I've played recently. I do have some recency bias with that. This would become a product at some point that would obviously be really nice, but the goal is something for my portfolio. Okay. Something I enjoy playing is something I can also play with friends. Good thing it's a 4X game I plan, so I don't have to deal with all the multiplayer latency issues. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true. So are you making... I mean, 4X games are pretty big scope. I would also say they're pretty difficult games to design, especially balancing. Five. Civ clone, essentially. Okay, so I'm sure you've played, you know, like some of the endless games, of course, or oh god, there's one that I'm forgetting. Balancing and also lots of history research. Oh, you're gonna make one that's like based in like a real history and not some like fantasy history, like Endless Legend or something. That's pretty cool. Should try blue crystal. We could play some blue crystals around. Maybe within the water. Just gonna place them on the water? No, it places them through the plane. Okay, that's good. Humankind, that's the one I forgot. Stellaris, also a good one, although not hex-based. Age of Wonders, 4 most Paradox strategy games. Trying to find things that I enjoyed from all those games and see if I can come up with neat combinations. That is a challenge. That is a challenge. You know, one that I really liked that I think is a little controversial to enjoy, I think, is Endless Legend. I really enjoyed how it mixed RPG elements into its game. It was really fun to do quests, receive gear, and outfit your heroes with gear. It was almost like a nice mix of Heroes of Might and Magic with the 4X genre. And the soundtrack is really good too. I wonder if I play the soundtrack on stream if they would get upset with me. Oh, I might do that. I might do that. Endless Legend OST. How long is it? 2 hours? That's pretty good. Endless Legend I really need to look into as well. Yeah, if you never played it, I would recommend it. I think that the biggest drawback is like the AI is not super great. But if you're mainly looking just to get inspired, the factions in Endless Legend were really unique. They all had a very unique and potentially game-breaking way to beat the game, but they were all countered by other civilizations, right? Other factions. You know, like for instance, one of the factions, I think they were called something with dust. Well, basically they consumed the game's gold currency, right? Dust for food. So they didn't need food. And so they were really good at generating money, and they could buy things on the market, but and they didn't have to worry about food. So even winter, when food creation was diminished, they could just survive based on their dust production. I always thought that was a neat concept. Red crystal. Having civs with some vastly different playstyles makes replayability also nicer. Yeah, it does. And not only like replayability with what you're playing, but also the replayability with, you know, what did the AI choose, right? Or what combinations are there? There was a DLC for Endless Legend as well. God, I really love this game. For all its flaws, I think Endless Legend is probably my favorite 4X game. What was it called? It was... Tempest? No. Let me post him. Endless Legend. Guardians. This was really cool. So these were like giant beings that you could build. Like they were really huge. They were essentially like kaiju, right? Like almost compared to the other unit sizes, they were like Godzilla size creatures almost. And they took a shit long time to make, and they were really slow to move and things, but they were really, really awesome. I mean, you can watch the video. It was their launch trailer. I don't know if the launch trailer was good.
They thought they would silence me forever. I fade, colder and darker.
Oh, their art's so good too.
Yet I have never felt so alive. I feel my senses, my guardians coming back to life. They contain so much power, so much hope. But something is different. Will they be my saviors, or the tools of my destruction?
Really cool idea. And maybe I can find some gameplay of one in DLC review. Okay, just show me some gameplay of them. Yeah, their art is so good. I'm so jealous of their ability to make good looking art. Do they have one here? Maybe this person has one that they're moving. You ever have that problem where the moment you need to find that one clip on YouTube, you just fucking can't? Every fucking time. Every time. Oh, okay, one thing I also really liked about Endless Legend 2 was their district system. So you can only build... It's kind of hard to see here. Maybe there's a clip of... How do I do that? I can't drag back on the video. So you have these irregularly shaped districts, and you can only build one city in each district. Yeah, I think because Humankind was made by Amplitude, right? As well, if I remember correctly. But I like that it encourages strategic placement of cities, but then the way that you build the city in that region, every time it's different, and based on your world generation settings, it can vastly change the way that the vulnerabilities or protections of your city. I don't know. There's so many things that this game does really well, I think. It's not perfect, but I really hope that they make a sequel. Yeah, same devs. Yeah, I never played Humankind, but I really enjoyed Endless Legend. Where did that place that? didn't place it. I don't... I bet it's because of the placement angle. Should work. It's weird, I don't know why it's not working. Couldn't move them around though, right? Yeah, so I could just place them here and move them. We can do that. We can do that. Click. There we go. Let's rotate. That's the wrong way. It's gonna look a little spazzy, but that's because the construction script choosing a random variation each time. So the gimmick of humankind is that you can change cultures when you advance to the next age. I kind of like the idea, but it was a bit off-putting that you can literally go from Edo-Japanese to the Swedes. Oh shit. It does sound really cool in concept, but very weird in practice. Okay, that works. This rotation angle. Look at this. How does this axis make sense in any world? I am rotating it by a single axis and it's doing this. What the fuck? Sorry if I just gave anyone epilepsy, by the way. I was going to have taken that idea in a limited forum, but this makes history research so much harder. Limited in the sense that you advance to one possible alternate history path for some ancient culture. Problem is the lack of historical records for a lot of early history, especially in Africa, America, Australia. Don't want it to be too Eurocentric. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a low-level graphics developer, epilepsy because of wrong one bite of offsets of my life. Oh shit. Hey Gutsper, how you doing? Is everybody today? How was everybody's Tuesday? Okay, I'm gonna place some like red crystals on the ceiling, but these aren't going to be harvestable ingredients. Only the ones that the player has access to are gonna be harvestable, right? Slept through most of it. Hey, Crossroads. Okay, this is working well. working well. If we place them on the ceiling too, it should help kind of keep the area a bit more lit up. Tuesday was alright, long day, lots happened. Man, I haven't had anything happening. I just hope the construction noises don't start up again today. I got in here a little bit before 9 and I heard them. I think they're only allowed to work before 9 and after 4. So if that's the case, I'm gonna be safe and end the stream today at around 4, like before 4, and hopefully we don't get that problem. Also, doing that idea, I probably run very quickly into potentially being culturally insensitive. How would you advance an empire after its peak? Having the Roman Empire become Byzantium would feel just as weird. I mean, it's a game. It's fantasy, right? Like, I think any game that has those sort of eras and historical empire, like Age of Empires. I mean, I don't think you're ever gonna get to a point where you can be culturally sensitive and make a fun game that plays into historical cultures. I think you just go for it. If people complain about a game being culturally insensitive, they can play games that are actually culturally insensitive and not games that just have civilizations, right, and let you progress as far as you can with it. I mean, you have it, every civ in Civilization can obtain nukes, okay? I mean, that's at some point. I could be wrong about that, actually. I think I might be wrong about that, but who knows? Research of Slavs is hard as they don't leave written data. They were sharing the tradition and culture by telling stories that were later kidnapped by church. True. Alternatively, I could have switching back and forth, but more options being available with time. You can start with the early Roman Empire, become Byzantium for some era, and then reform the Roman Empire again later. I think you do whatever just sounds the coolest. I mean, Crusader Kings also, you have things that would absolutely be culturally insensitive. But it's a sandbox, right? People have the option to do what they want. I think that's part of the fun. Purple crystal. Where do we want to place purple crystals? Every Universalis 4, I did so much fun stuff. I've never been into those. Okay, it's really hard for me to get into a 4X game and enjoy it. I'm not a like grand strategy type person usually. This is just this cave is kind of offensive in the number of colors that it has. But again, I'm just going to tell the publisher, I'm not an art director, I'm not an artist. Trust me, we will get somebody who can make a cave look a lot better and a lot less visually offensive to your eyes. That's pretty good though. Maybe one more red crystal somewhere. Or a couple. Put in a small cluster somewhere. If we're gonna assault the senses, we might as well just make it a full-on assault. Oh guys, I fixed my follower alerts, by the way. The reason that it was always playing that Oblivion Biden clip was because I had, I don't know why or when, but I had set all of the other chances of the other ones to 0, so they weren't occurring. I did some reverse history stuff, like become Orthodox as Ottomans, and then went on to form Greece in a multiplayer party. Not possible anymore, though, I think. And you understand history way better than I do. I am a doomed to repeat it type of person. I mean, I enjoy history, but I'm not like a history fanatic as much as maybe like my fiance is. She would, whatever game idea you have, she would love it. Because she likes grand strategies, she likes history, sandboxes. She is your average Sims and Crusader Kings 3 enjoyer. In all of the best and worst ways. Alright, let's see how this cave looks if I run down there. Does she casually talk about murdering children? Yes, but maybe not in the way that you think. Or incest or similar, because that's what CK3 players are like. Yeah, I don't know. She does some crazy shit in her games. Oh yeah, I can't harvest those. Is there... Okay, I can get rid of the plains trace. Okay, I can fix that. I can fix that. Okay, we need to select the plane, select the mesh, collision, custom. We are going to ignore visibility and camera traces. I believe that'll make it possible to, despite not being able to actually go in the water because, well, okay, this one actually I could make the player go into. This one I could do. It won't look very good, but I can do it. I want to share a tip. If you want to check if your game needs to post-process, you can reshade just for testing. Oh, you can use reshade? That's a good idea, actually. That is a good tip. You missed the first part of the stream, Cuthbert. We had quite a long talk about that piracy stuff. I think there'd be some good clips. Oh, you did it in Parking Panic? No, no worries. I mean, you've got work to do. You don't need to be in these streams. Okay, that's better, yeah. This one we can let the players wade into. I don't want to let them do that in the lake. But this one's okay. Oh, you're okay. I know which one. Sleepy is I need to do some work at 4 a.m. Holy shit. Go to sleep. Sleep is for the strong. I need to make the harvest boxes a bit bigger on the crystals, I think. I mean, overall it's working, but I need to make them bigger. Yeah, we gotta do that. Okay. No, not here. It's in the collectible ingredient. Yeah, honestly, I think I'll go with the switching back and forth and just gradually expanding the options over time. Seems like the best of both worlds, as an in-between of Civ and Humankind. It is a pretty cool idea. Off to 1,000 other decisions. Yeah, you've definitely chosen a. You've chosen a very challenging game to make, especially alone. I could not imagine the amount of systems design work that I have to do working on a strategy game. Actually, I can because we do have we do actually have some strategy games designed as Microraptor. Just some ideas. The Nightmare Lake is one of them, and we have another one that was titled, temporarily titled Block of Sin. Which is also a game. I really like the idea for the game Block of Sin. I don't like the name of it, but I like the idea. I have to pitch that game to you guys sometime. I think the best games that we make are the games we want to play. I think that when a team enjoys the type of game they're making, you end up with some of the best quality. Even if the game itself may not be exceptional, I think you'll find that the love and passion put into it will... It's noticeable. It's noticeable, right? I program primarily, so strategy is a better fit for me. Last time I've dabbled into anything level design related or similar was like, what, 7-8 years ago? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm a systems designer. Systems and technical designer, I would say, by profession. So I do have a particular tendency to gravitate towards games that are systems heavy or systems driven. Well, this game is certainly giving me quite the challenge for certain things like level design. But it's just a prototype, so I don't need to be too crazy about it. Okay, I think that'll fix the beehive. I've added new sound alerts, you guys, just a few, and they're available for channel points. So if you use the overlay that we have for sound alerts, you should see some new ones that you can play with channel points. If you want to destroy the stream, which, absolutely people need to do. Okay, this looks pretty good. It's very colorful down here, but I kind of like it. I'm partial to lots of fun lights in caves, glowing things. Yeah, looking good. Yeah. I probably should just ignore union duplicates. Like if someone wants to form Denmark, Norway, and another player, let's say Sweden wants to form the Kalmar Union. Who am I to say that shouldn't be possible? Yeah, actually, I agree. I think that just allowing players the freedom to do ridiculous things it's a really good way to, you want to create I think when you're making like a strategy sandbox like that, and if, we're kind of building this idea in our mind off of like CK or something, or, Europa Universalis in some ways. The emergent gameplay comes from giving players the tools, but not telling them how to use the tools. Or not telling them that the tools can only be used in a specific way, right? So letting players do crazy things is part of the fun of that emergent gameplay, but also it makes it very marketable. Because players are immediately drawn to the fact that they can do things either very seriously or very ridiculously. Broadens the target audience. Alright, we have a few pieces of foliage from... Okay, we've done here the mushrooms. Done the crystals. Done these. We have a lot of flowers left to add, and you non-flower things. There's some pretty large areas that we would need to think about if we want to give them some kind of specific theme. If we want something specific to grow in this area. Yeah, we gotta think about it. Should play a few rounds of Civ Humankind with very popular mods to see what other players want changed in those games as well. I'd say too that mods are a very big part of those titles. And I think that having the ability to mod the game is probably considered it's probably considered an expectation at this point for those types of titles. But it does not make our job any easier. Look at my oh, here they are. Modability is priority number one for me. I'll implement the game completely like Paradox games. Basically JSON like data just provides sets of variables to work off of. Nice. Much easier than having Lua or another scripting language and much more performant. Yeah. I mean, Lua's pretty nice though to have. Modding was how I got into the game industry. of something. Nanocally, thank you for the
Nanok
raid.
_Lee just resubscribed for 2 months. Don't mind me, just doing a support micro lurk.
Thank you so much, man. And thank you for the raid, Lyran. Durgan raiding. What happened to my raid? I fix some alerts, and then others break. I don't know. Fucking Christ. Please make a PBD DD2 mod. Oh my god. You're just talking about modding. How much time? It would be so much work. I don't even know how the game plays. I literally can't lose GD. Is it that easy? I tried to intentionally lose against a boss and it takes 9 rounds. It's pretty funny. Let me see what you wrote about Lua and Plody. Lua's nice, but there's the issue of having to marshal data back and forth so often. I do that for every unit, for every player, for every hex cell, etc. And you've got yourself some really considerable simulations. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You're definitely poking into an area that I don't know too much about. With the boss hitting with 40 damage and up, I can't lose. But this is with like crowd control, right? My chat is crowd controlling me to win because I want to lose, of course. They're doing the opposite thing. That's right. That makes sense. There's an achievement for losing to all bosses. What? That's an achievement? Isn't that just called sucking? There's so many. There's so many lights down here. This is just an offense on the senses. Need to be good enough to encounter all bosses first. A PvD mod for DD2. If I was paid to make it at this point, I could. But I've like added so many things to my laundry list of responsibilities this year. I don't think I have that kind of money. It would probably take a long time to make. I don't know. I don't know what the modding even looks like in DD2 compared to DD1. I don't know the restrictions, the limitations. It's the achievement I get on all games. I suck at games. Wish more had an achievement for it. Okay, I think cave is pretty decent for now. We've added the ingredients down there. You know what we could add? We should add? I really like to add some like stumps. We need to add more foliage that isn't just rocks and trees. Boring. Let's see what we got. Props. No. Trees. No. Are there even any in here? Calm down. Calm down, ma'am. I swear I had tree stumps. Oh, here's one, okay. Yeah. Let me do it. Alright, let's adjust their density. 0.001. Let's try radius. 500. 1,000. Scaling. Let's do 0.5 to 2 for scale. Z offset. We'll do a little bit of Z offset. Align to normal, average normal. Full. Collision block all. Include an HLOD, no. And we'll do a big brush for this one. And just see what gets added. It's really big. It's a really big stump. That is way too big. Okay, we can't do stump that big. That's way too fucking big. Okay, the log's okay though. Kaiju stump, yeah, it's this fucking big stump. I think the stump needs a little bit of Z offset, but the fallen log does not. And actually, it could go a bit. It could go a bit above. You want to spawn. Yeah, stump spawned. Yeah, that's more, it's a better size. And log. No, I can be up more. Yep. Yeah, that's good. So, like, one of the things we're gonna have to take into consideration here is that I want the meow. Bloody, thank you for the follow. I want to place ingredients specifically in design locations. So if we have a fallen log, I want to place like mushrooms near it. That way, that knowledge can be gained, right? We're not going to place mushrooms in random ass locations. They need to be in specific, understood, sensible locations, and the player will always find them in those locations. Or they will just, whenever they find them, they will be in those sensible locations. The difference is you might find a fallen stump without the mushrooms, but if you ever find the mushrooms, they will always be by fallen stumps.
Hi.
Good morning.
So, you heard anything about any, bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
Thank you for the follow, Niche. Can I hide? I want to hide the... trees, rocks, and bushes. And we're going to place stumps, and then if there are any in like really bad locations, we'll just move them or remove them. Okay, let's hide all. And then we're just going to show tree stump and fallen. Okay, perfect. Okay, looks pretty good. Need some over here. There's a lot of stumps. There's not a lot of logs, but there's a lot of stumps being placed. It feels like. Yeah. Let me try to place a few more logs, specifically in this area. Okay. There's a couple more. Let's go back here. He was dangerously close to getting deleted. Oh, he has no idea how close he was. And let me do a single mode down here. I kind of forget where we placed the trees on this. I need to put them back. Too big. Okay. Alright, now comes the true test. We crashed the engine. That's the true test. And it's not going to remember any of the things I just placed will. No. Ooh, classic. Oh, okay, that looks good. Fine, yeah. Alright, fine, we'll place them again. Then we will save. We will 100% save. What happened? I wasn't looking. It crashed. I don't know why. Why is it placing so many logs now? Jesus. First it placed 1 billion stumps. Now it's placing 1 billion logs. I'm stumped. Get a chat? No? Okay. Alright, fine. And now it places 1 billion stumps. Very funny? Okay. Thank God. My mom will be proud. My allowance this week. Did the game delete the trees or are they invisible? I set them to invisible for the moment. Which is... I'm a little hesitant to turn them back on because I feel like there's going to be a lot of overlapping meshes here. We're gonna see. It's gonna be kind of hard to go through this whole area and see if there's any issues. Some trees do grow out of dying trees and logs. So don't tempt me with excuses to allow meshes inside each other. Speaking of, what the fuck? Look at this. Dude, who made this mesh? Look at this. Immersion ruined. Christ. It's a mimic. That's paper towel texture. It's a great way to put it. Yeah, the dithering in this acid pack is pretty high. Which, if you guys are wondering, this is the dithering effect. You see this a lot in games, but Unreal, there's quite a lot of dithering in Unreal. It helps with performance, but it can look really bad. That's what you see if I like zoom in. See all the fuzzies around like the textures here. These look fine generally. I don't see any big offenders. We only need a 3-dimensional Excel table. Oh god. That's a bit too hardcore. I'm not going to delete that. Okay, let's fly over here and check the areas. We're just going to do a once over pass of this. It really doesn't matter if something is growing in something else. You know, it's a prototype. And if you guys ever need to remind me that it's a prototype, I have added a quick soundbite I recorded this morning that you can play with channel points. You plan to make paper towels from rock. Beehive. Good. Oops, don't do that. It's actually looking pretty decent. I thought it would be worse than it is, but it's not bad. I mean, the performance is starting to be felt. But we are in-engine, so in-engine performance is going to be worse than actual game performance. Sleep Snow, have a good game. See you, sad unicorn kitty. Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Just trying to go away before the construction noises start again. That big brain move. It should be a good thing if I end a little bit before 4 today. I have to do some YouTube editing, and I'm kind of procrastinating with it. But I really should do it. How does this work? It's not terrible, actually. We'll let that one be. I gotta edit YouTube. I have to finish my songs that I wrote. Okay, logs and trunks. Honestly, I don't see any issues. I think we're okay. If we see any specific ones when we're exploring, we'll just deal with it when we come across it. But I think for now, it looks pretty good. In which case, we can start adding more of the foliage to the game. Like our ingredients, I should say. Okay, Dreamscape Meadows, we have the flowering bush already added. I think we have one of the flowers. Yeah, we have one of these flowers. What did we want to do with the other flower? Wasn't these ground flowers, was it? What was I think? I'm trying to think of what I said yesterday about this. I can't remember. Okay, the ground flowers for me are they're a bit tough to do because if I place them, I don't know, they're just hard to see. Like from a distance, they don't really add anything. Up close, they're not bad, but you know, it doesn't really add much color to the landscape. Because the grass is so thick and long. Yeah, where's my... Which grass landscape material is this actually using? Is it this one? Grass varieties. 26 type. Oh no, there's 4, but they don't have grass meshes. That's probably not where they are. It's not this one. I don't think, at least. This one. This one, this one. So we have this grass clump. Scale of between 0.4 and 1. I guess we could check this just by modifying it here, right? Oh yeah, that's definitely the... I think at least... I just look at the landscape layer? Grass layer info. This one. Her name. But it doesn't tell me what it uses. Hard to know. Really hard to know. No, I'm not gonna mess with the grass length. I think that's just a waste of time. Personally. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to delete that. I don't really know what I want to do with the other flower available. I think this has 1 to 2 flowers. I think I just want to keep that flower that I already have. So we could do stuff with the Dreamscape Tower then. Quite a few bits of foliage in here that we could utilize. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And there was some wheat too that I could like plant some like wild wheat. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's workable. Yeah, let's see. Foliage. New folder. I don't really have any good names for some of these yet. Hold on. It's meadows. We don't need meadows. We need power. You have this one. This one. These. You do anything with this? The problem with the groups, with the way that I'm placing these flowers, is that the groups are really hard to utilize properly. The single bits or the clumps are great. Oh yeah, we had this weed. I could place. I could probably just like make it like milkweed or something, right? I don't know if you guys have that where you live. But when it's not blooming, it kind of just, I don't know, I could maybe make use of this. It's like these big green leaves. But the monarch caterpillars, this is what they eat to become monarch butterflies. These cute little big fat boys. I don't know. We'll come up with something to name these. Maybe use them. The nice thing is they're reasonably tall, so if I shove them into the grass, it is visible from a distance. The different color helps a lot too. So we'll see. First things first, what do we want to call this flower? Maybe... kind of the same as this one, isn't it? Be like bloodleaf or something, and it'll be like a healing plant. That could be nice. Let's call it the bloodleaf. Alright, ingredient mesh. BP. Ingredient mesh. Bloodleaf. BP collectible ingredient. Bloodleaf. We're gonna make two meshes for this. We'll call this mesh 1. Main mesh, good. Sub mesh is flower 1. Look how much the wind is blowing it. It's ridiculous. It's so stretchy. It's like fucking spaghetti. That looks so absurd. Okay, this will be show, hide meshes, main mesh, visibility and collision. Go is show, hide is hide. Okay, and then we will duplicate. And I'm just gonna move the sub meshes around. This creates the variation. We can spread them apart a bit more too, honestly. Okay, collectible ingredient. Bulb leaf 1. Bulb leaf 2. This is a hide meshes. And we can make the collisions a bit bigger. Beautiful. Okay, and let's make the actor foliage now. Nope, you know, I'm gonna copy it from the other ones. There's just like a lot of settings I'd have to set, and it's easier just to copy this shit, right? AF blood leaf. Static mesh. Oh. Random yaw, aligned to normal, yes, yes, yes. Mobility static. Full distance. Collision, no pre-collision. Okay, that looks good. We can give it a test. Go. We're getting good at adding these. Cold. God, I really need to diet. Is anyone in chat? You guys dieting? You guys out of shape too? Because my lord, am I out of shape. Nice. The smaller flowers are going to be a bit harder to see from a distance, but at least the big ones should be. Oh. Yeah, I would say so. And I delete them this way. Figured that might happen. Okay. I was testing to see if that would, and it did happen. Yeah, I didn't get any breakfast today because I don't know. Maybe it was dumb. I just need to eat better. Stop drinking so much. Alright, we have the blood leaf done. That was weird. Weed 1, wheat. Flower tall, flower group 2. Flower group 1 and flower 1 are taken care of. Look at this cool purple flower. It almost, we could kind of, could make this into Nightshade. I mean, it's not a perfect, like, Nightshade copy, but I'm gonna bend the rules. I should probably name that Nightshade 1. This is flower 0. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, let's just move these around a bit. Good enough. Okay. Yeah, you have Nightshade. Perfect. The good thing is a lot of these, once we have the basics, and if they're very similar in style, so like a lot of the flowers are really similar, we can just kind of copy paste the meshes, change some locations, and then just update the references, and it should be perfect. Be all we need. Like so. A bit hard to see though, isn't it? It's a bit Just me? We can make it bigger. We can make it a bit bigger. I don't mind. Okay, make it 1.25. Yeah, looks better. Actually make the text height taller too. Better. I'm still gonna get rid of that text eventually, so it's just a temporary measure so that you know what you're looking at. I really want some of these pretzels on my desk. It's gonna be all crunchy though. I'm gonna be like that cat eating food, but it sounds like he's nibbling on rocks. What it's gonna sound like. Let me place this. Can I select this? No. Can't I select that? Please, just. Frustrating. I'm gonna place all these just over here in the grass so that as I build them, I can kind of get a sense of their scale, and we can make adjustments if needed. Like I think the bloodleaf, we could probably increase the size of these things too. Main mesh 1.25. We'll boost up the sub meshes just a little bit. Yeah, that looks better. Oops. Okay, flower 2 is done. What do we have here? This white flower. Oh, I know a pretty cool name for it. Ghostweed. Okay, ghostweed. Class, collectible ingredient, ghostweed. Variations. Two. Unfortunately, we don't have any singular. We don't have any singular mesh here to work with. So. It's gonna look a little silly. It's gonna look like this, but I'm gonna make these ones a bit smaller. Okay, I gotta do a chat. Can I have pretzel? One or two. As long as they're not stale. They're not too bad. Yeah, they're not too bad. There's no bugs in them, right? I'm always careful about bugs and shit. No, we're okay. I like pretzels. They're one of my favorite snacks because they're not greasy or anything, right? Like, they're really easy to eat, they're tasty, and I can eat them at the computer because they won't make my keyboard get all gross. Oops, wrong one. I'm just gonna eat them a bit away from the mic, so you guys don't get too much ASMR. Gotta pay for the OnlyFans if you want that. We could probably make the collision boxes a bit better on the ghostweed and the bloodleaf. Just like a little bit bigger, right? That's pretty good. Okay, just a few more. And I hope you guys were were lurking with that one. Make a new folder, come on. What do we want to call this one? Oh no, I just... Your noises coming from downstairs. Like they're threatening construction. I didn't think like this is like a shoot fountain of. We've done blood, we've done fire. I don't know, maybe like sun streak. It's like the sun streaking through the sky and it leaves that trail. Now that's pretty good. Sun streak. Oh my god, my hiccupy now. Okay, AF sun streak. Streak AF. Sunstreak 1. Sunstreak 2. Okay, just okay, chat, just A few more pretzels, please. I need them. I need them. They're so good. Will you guys allow me to eat a few more? My diet is in your hands. I wonder if anybody has tried that crowd-controlled diet. Oh God. That sounds absolutely terrible. Flower tall one. It is pretty tall. It is pretty tall. You know, I'm kind of curious with this one. Nah, never mind. Never mind. Okay, I'm having a few more. Or half one. Oh, there's so many broken ones. Who broke my pretzels? Who did it? I'm angry now. Oh. I just bit my lip. Oh, curva. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No more pretzels. Except this one, haha. It's my only sustenance. Survived for 3 weeks. Nothing but Pepsi and pretzels. This does look pretty big actually, the sun streak. It's actually pretty small. Well, it's about the same size, I guess. Maybe a little bit taller. Schedule a haircut soon too. The barbers in this country are pretty cool though. You can usually go in there and get some whiskey while they're cutting your hair. Usually pretty shit though. It's usually like some Jack or something. Unfortunately, you say whiskey in this country, and a lot of people just buy some Jack Daniels. Can we just have something decent? Can we have anything other than the worst possible choice? He's the same. He's like exactly the same. Yeah, these are exactly the same. Okay. Well then. Okay, let's make wheat. Wheat. Sorry, I'm sure creating this foliage is not the most visually interesting thing to do, but we gotta do it. The good thing is if we can get it done today, which we certainly will, we can start to... We can probably have all of the foliage placed, all of like the ingredients placed within the scene tomorrow. Well, let's just say by tomorrow. I feel pretty confident with that. At least of the assets we have, right? Because we just have these. So we're gonna have these done pretty soon. And then we have 3 flowers and a fern from the hand-painted environment pack. And we can add some custom ones, right? We can just kit bash some custom ones, and yeah, then we just go through our data, our spreadsheet, and we make all the new ingredients. Should work. And then, technically, I would say the first iteration of the open world with all of the ingredients is done. Then we would move on to activities and mini games. We might have to brainstorm some of that so that we know what we're doing. What afterwards? And afterwards, I'd probably start adding in some basic AI for animals. At the very least, getting like one animal in here moving along a nav mesh would be pretty nice. I'm curious, if I place a nav mesh down, does it take the foliage into account? It should take anything with collision into account. Show navigation. And I'm going to hide. No, we're going to show. Yeah, okay, so it's, yeah. can see that there's you know, in this case, if something was trying to path, it would go around the trees, the stumps, the rocks. Do these stumps not have? I'll have to add it if they don't. Looks pretty good. I don't know why that's there. Kind of weird. Yeah, we'd have to do a bit of modification. But the good thing is once you have this in place, you know, just a big enough nav mesh or something, then we could at least add in like a deer, something that like runs away from the player, right? If they were too close. That's a good start. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. All in due time. It's gonna be kind of shitty, but we'll get to it. Okay, don't show navigation. Back to the wheat. Wheat 1, wheat 2. Let me adjust the collision. This collision box is just for the interaction of the player. It's not like a box that you can't move through. Most of these flowers I don't want to have any collision. It'd just be annoying. That looks pretty good. Extra streaming pool over budget. Yeah, we do have a lot of shit in this scene. I'm not super good with performance tweaks. Granted, we're also rendering the engine at pretty high quality. Can always lower that down. Alright, the last one we have is this weed. And not marijuana. But just just a weed, just some tall grass. I'm not super sure if I want to use, but I don't think it would hurt. I could make it kind of look like lamb's ear or something. I could make it like lamb's ear. Doesn't really look like it, but it's close enough. Alright, Chet, I have a question for you. To get you lurkers out of hiding. What is your favorite game that released in the last 10 years? And why? And if one of y'all comes out and says, like, Honey Pop or Nekopata or something, oh boy. Lamb's Ear 1, Lamb's Ear 2. Yarp. Weeds. This looks pretty tall as well. It is pretty tall. Okay, okay. I think that looks pretty nice. Means we just have 3 flowers and a fern from the hand-painted environment. Although I think there were a couple of issues, if I remember correctly, with the or some potential issues. Models. Okay, yeah, I remember now. It was these ones. Three flowers and a fern. Yeah, flower, 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 and fern. And I think we were looking at the bushes, but they were just a bit too... They were a little too generic, right? But at least these 4 assets were workable. And didn't seem to clash too much with the style of the rest of the assets. They're a little bit different color. But overall, not too bad. And a little bit of, ability to stand out is actually pretty useful for us. So, what happened to that flower? On the ground, is it? Oh, it is. Come on out, buddy. This flower we might attach to vines. So they used it over here on these vines, and I deleted it just so that we could place it by hand with the foliage system. So we could also put more of these vines on, for instance, the tower or something. They're almost like morning glories in a way. And I think we could just call them that. So they come in a lot of different colors. Very pretty flowers, by the way. If you ever get a chance to plant some morning glories, they're a really nice vine. It's just really pretty flowers. I really like them. They don't smell like anything, but they look really pretty. I think they grow and die pretty quickly in spring. Morning glory, bloom time. Oh, they're also toxic to pets, so just be careful about that. Let's see when they bloom. The seeds that contain the toxic alkaloids. So don't eat the seeds. You can eat the flowers, don't eat the seeds. I mean, to be honest, just don't eat. Don't eat random flowers, people. Let's not do that. The fuck is a teddy bear? Look, okay. I got distracted. Come get distracted with me. Look at this teddy bear sunflower. Look at this thing. I don't think I've ever seen one of these. They're so fuzzy. Oh yeah, I bet the bees will actually look how much pollen he has. God, they're loaded. Okay, so I'm loaded with game ideas, right? I'll tell you guys about another game idea that I had that was... It's a bit more standard of a simulator, right? And it was going to be a greenhouse simulator. However, I wanted to utilize a lot of pollination systems to make it really fun to like cross-pollinate and find hybrid plants. And you'd be able to cultivate your own bees. to pollinate your plants in the greenhouse. I always thought that'd be fun. That people would like that idea of having your own bees and such. They're very shiny. I just gotta. I don't know. For some reason, I was worried about something, and fine. Okay, a little bit of ADD and paranoia. Oopsies. Okay, what do we want to call these? These are pretty cool plants. I almost want to call these like fire blossoms, but we already have something with flame. We have sunstreak, like we're running out of things to equate these two. Actually pretty nice though. We have quite a few ingredients placed or ready to place in the forest and such. Yeah, I was worried we wouldn't have as many as the prototype level, right? Where we made up a whole bunch. But this is not bad. I feel like Sun Nova. I'm gonna call it that. Yeah, we have Sunstreak. I don't know what. Dragon's Eye. That sounds pretty cool. Remember, none of these are actually going to be in the final game, probably. We might keep the names, but the models will be different, so this is just two for prototype. I always say that a lot. I'm a broken record. But it's important for me to set expectations properly. Nothing scares me more than releasing information or footage of this game and having people's expectations be different than the reality. I don't know why I'm like almost irrationally scared of that prospect. I think it's because in recent years there have been so many games released that they get there's too much hype, right? They're overhyped, and the developers do nothing to quell it. Understandably, right? You know, you have a lot of hype around your game. It means a lot of people are going to be talking about your game and potentially buy your game. But I think that that is a... there's a lot of risk behind that, because if you don't deliver up to the hype, if you don't deliver to the expectations, then there's going to be disappointment. And I don't see a lot of developers or publishers really doing a lot to quell this, to address it. No, flowers _2. Inessential. Inessential, you can't always trust what you see, and you certainly shouldn't trust what you can't see when it comes to games. It's about all that I can speak on with a ton of certainty, but it's a good way to live your life for the most part. Put it that way. First one, okay. I'll do. And I'm pretty good at attacking regardless of faction. I will say, games like No Man's Sky have had a pretty great comeback. That's pretty big. I don't like it being that big, though. It's had a pretty good comeback, right? No Man's Sky. But do not remember that Sean Murray was the guy that before launch stated plainly that the game would have multiplayer. Do not forget that on the boxes of No Man's Sky, they cleverly hid the fact that it didn't have multiplayer. Meaning that it was a very last minute removal or choice. Probably because it was very buggy, and they just wanted to try and hide it and get the game out. Do not forget that in Baldur's Gate 3, they said the upper city would be fully explorable. The entire city of Baldur's Gate. And there ain't no upper city. Ooh, that's got collision on it. Why does this... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, I like it being that big to some extent. Yeah, utilizing these assets, it's kind of... It's not perfect. It is what it is, though. Yeah, all these have collision. We gotta remove them. That one gets stuck. Okay, yeah, I think Dragon's Eye is pretty good now. Pretty happy with that. Let's do this red flower. I'm gonna call it red teacup. Let's see this. Teacup 2. Yo, what's up, bro? Hey, Deirdre, how you doing? I am working on some foliage. What's up with you? Yep. Can open up these. Okay, perfect. What does this mesh call? Flowers. Just trying to get into game dev. Oh, awesome. Are you like still in high school? Are you out of high school? Are you a bit older and just trying to switch professions? What's your story, if you don't mind sharing? Me, I'm gonna have a Ricola. Throat's a bit sore today. How big is this? This one sits so low to the ground that I feel like it would be pretty hard to see. Freelance video editor and just like finding new passions. Dude, a lot of respect for that. Always gotta follow passions in life. To me, at least, that's what makes life really worth living, right? If you aren't following passions, what are you doing? So, like, what part of game dev are you looking? What part of it is most interesting to you, or catches your eye the most? Hard to see in the grass. It's not terrible, actually. Pretty decent height. Acceptable. Okay, these have all been updated, so we should just be able to place the foliage. There it is. On keyboard. It's workable. Workable. As a beginner, I would love to see myself just create a simple game and be happy, and also delve deeper into the industry. That, I would say, is a very attainable idea. And a really good idea. You're not the, oh, I have a simple MMO idea. With 30 factions and over 1,000 unique weapons and NPCs. Yeah, and I'm just gonna make it. It's just gonna be done. Never made a game before, but I'll do it. I would say you could try your hand at some of the beginner engines. So things like, I don't know how much programming experience you have, but if you don't have much or any programming experience, you could take a look at RPG Maker or Game Maker. And both have quite a few, both are really good for beginners and will give you at least some baseline knowledge of getting from point A to B, right? And RPG Maker has a lot of assets that you can buy. So if you just want to like write a story, or you just want to build up some small towns and make an RPG, you can do it that way. Game Maker, I would say, is a lot more flexible with the type of game you want to make. But it all depends. If you have some game idea, you can throw it to me, and I'll try to help out with some advice where I can. Earn and the Morning Glory. Maybe we can do the Morning Glory. The Morning Glory should at least be pretty simple. I think I'll just make, I don't know. Yeah, we'll do a big one and some small ones. Make it work. Cup. Okay. Morning glory. I have to fix the name. There we go. Morning glory 1. Oh, 1. Morning glory 2. Should be good. We can probably make the... Well, let me get the meshes in first, because we can probably make the collision box a lot smaller on this. Just call it flower. Terrible naming. Okay, what's the size that look like? Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, 0.2. 0.3. 0.25. Pretty big. We don't need it that big. Do just with. Oh, we need to remove the collision from this too. We don't need collision on this tiny ass flower. Probably just added box collision, right? Oh my god, they didn't even add box collision? Seriously? What the fuck is this collision for a stupid ass little flower? Who decided this would be a good idea? Number one, you don't need it for a flower like this, okay? And number two, if you're gonna have it, just do this. Okay? Simple. Holy shit. I don't know why that triggered me, but it really did. I know none of you in chat would have done something like that. That's why I can trust you with this ranting. You guys would never have done that. It's disgraceful. Let me see what one of these looks like. Surface snapping isn't working. Fine. But realistically, it would look just like that or something. And it, you know, it can hover a bit above. It's really not too big of a deal. We can always just make it not cast a shadow. We want to sell the illusion a bit better. Because the player's not going to be getting close enough for it to really be super noticeable. Yeah, it just is what it is. We can do that. Shadow, no. File, save. Shadow, no. File, save. Now it's a bit harder to actually see that they're floating a bit. Except for one that's kind of inside. Oh well. That's better. A bit high up, but that's fine too. It works. I'm gonna get rid of that E to harvest text, so just kind of ignore it for now. It's just a placeholder. We have to make sure that these flowers receive weather effects too. Well, we don't really need to worry too much about that, actually. Ah! that. Stop going so fast. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're gonna place this one on the cement. So low. There we go. Okay, last one is the fern. Static mesh called fern. Material. Fern. If you'd like to know, guys, don't name your static meshes and materials like this, please. Please stick to a guide, a style guide. Because, for instance, if you wanted to look up all of your static meshes in the project, you know, through the search bar, you can't do it now if you just have it called fern or flower. Do S underscore to indicate a static mesh, M underscore to indicate material, MI for material instance, thing like that. Keep it organized. That's why, you know, we do BP underscore collectible ingredient underscore name. That way, if we ever want all of our BPs, we can do BP underscore and see all of our BPs. We type in collectible ingredient, we can see all of our collectible ingredients. Okay, do I even want to look at the collision on this? Okay, let's do it. I want to see it. Jesus Christ. Look at how bad that is. Kill me. I mean, do we have any interesting fern names that we could call? Species. I don't just want to call this fern, right? Like if there were some common names that we could give them. Common ferns. Around this. Would be nice. Polypody. Polypody. What the fuck? Moonwort. Maidenhair spleenwort. What the fuck? Maidenhair spleenwort. I like they did putting maid in there. Maybe like maiden fingers or something. Oh god, it's a little bit suggestive, and you know what? That's why I'm gonna do it. Maiden fingers. You guys like a I'm not gonna say it. Okay, I'm gonna say it. You like fingering some maidens, people? Yeah, I did it. I did it, Mom. Din fingers 2. AF maiden figures. Yeah, more on that topic. If you want to get to the game industry, you're absolutely right. Just start making things. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be good even. You know, there's pretty much no time if you get into the industry that you will be working on a game alone. The number of solo developers is actually quite minuscule. So you don't need to be good at creating a good game on your own. I mean, certainly it helps. But just knowing how to do the things is going to be the most beneficial. Especially if somebody's looking to hire you. Those games are, you know, they're a full team working on the game. So you have people that you can rely on to help make an interesting story or make interesting art or make the gameplay a bit tighter, make the UI or user, the user interface better. It's very unlikely you will ever be doing all of that on your own. Oops, that's the wrong 2 axes on there. Okay, and lastly, but not least, the maiden fingers. And we're definitely gonna increase the collision box size for that. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's about all the assets that we had left to do here. I can throw in one of the... Here's the pink flower. Why? Are you like that? is the size of the brush so big with the single? Probably because single instance override wasn't on. Okay, we have these ones. Looks pretty nice, yeah. We have a bush. Where is it? Here it is. Here's our chantrelli. However you pronounce that. And our toadstool. Both of which are a little bit on the smaller side. I might try to paint in a grassless area if we do that. Something like, well, something like crashing the engine. So just like that. Wonderful. Things we just saved. And haircuts are expensive. I don't... Yeah, it has to do with those... It has to do with those stupid ass... I'm eagerly awaiting some fixes to these bugs in Unreal. UE5 GitHub. Oh, should I'd have to apply to see it, wouldn't I? I'm just so fucking upset with that. And you have to like accept the email invitation. Well, the idea is that I would paint in the flat grass somewhere, or the grassless areas around where I place like some of the mushrooms, just so that we don't have that issue. The problem is I can't do that right now because it seems if I modify any terrain that has one of these on it, it's gonna crash, no matter what. I was trying to paint. I imagine that if I try to sculpt, it's gonna do the same thing. Yeah. And Casper, if you're still here, that's what happens, and I don't know why. Very obnoxious. 3 flowers, a fern. Yeah, it seems to be everything that all the assets that we had in here that I wanted to turn into ingredients, we've turned into ingredients. Not from the data perspective yet, but at least from the perspective of assets that we can place down. And I think they're all working. I can double check it. Okay, that one works. Yay, we don't have any of the little babby models getting removed. I do kind of wish the grass was just a little bit smaller, but I don't know. The good thing is, if we keep all the plans for now consistent, then we can always try to find the right grass landscape data and fix it up. That's not going to be a problem. We've got to add some simple collision to these stumps, I think. Let me do that before I forget. Delete. We're not going to talk about that one. I may or may not have accidentally just deleted the landscape, which caused the engine to crash. Because I wasn't careful about clicking. Oops. Okay, attempt 2. Electric Boogaloo. Alright, where's our trunk? Do we know what asset pack that came from? Remember? I think it was the Dreamscape Meadow. Props. Here it is. I don't know if the log has collision either. I gotta check that. Seems to. Yeah, no simple clue. I could probably do just a sphere collision. Or a capsule, I'm sorry, not a sphere. Why is it rotated? That was weird. I was trying to figure that out. I was like, dumb. I want to do a box. It would be the easiest for. Let me do this. fuck is it? Oh, there it is. I need to bring it up more. Too much. A little bit lower. I'll try it. Let's go try it. Tree stump. Okay, you can go there. Honestly, I don't know why the log has complex collision as simple, because the log should just be a fucking capsule. However, I have very few complaints about the Dreamscape series. Assets. They're a hell of a lot better than some of these asset packs I see. Okay, yeah, we can get up on them. It would be really nice if we had some other fungus, like some of the ones that grow on the side of decaying trunks and logs. But again, since it's just a prototype, I don't want to go out of my way to find exactly the ingredients that I wish I would have in this scene. This would just be something that we keep in mind for the full product. We probably shouldn't allow the player to fall into the rocks and be unable to escape. It doesn't seem like the best user experience, in my opinion. Should probably just put a invisible blocking volume here or something. There we go. Okay, I think that's the only place where they could have fallen and not been able to get out, so should be good. I'll test it out and delete that flower. Yeah, obviously it's gonna look a bit weird, but it's really just to protect the player from themselves. They should still be able to get out this way without any major issue. Can they? Yeah, we gotta give them a little ramp here. A little extra help. Where is it? I can't even see it. Oh. I'll just do this. I think that's enough. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's pretty good. I think after this, I don't want to dive too deep into placing shit in the forest yet. And I really could benefit from going home a bit earlier today to do some editing. I get up there. That's weird. So I might do that. Which is fine. We'll just dive full in tomorrow then to... Oh yeah, that's my... So colorful. I like it. Oh wait, can you not get up there? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, the collision boxes on that look really small. Yeah, it's a little bit. I gotta fix that. Collectible. No, don't. I'll do a couple more finishing touches and then I gotta say goodbye to you guys for today. Okay, the crystals look pretty decent. Yeah, crystals look okay. Those mushrooms are fine. These are fine. Yeah, those are good. I want to see the snow again. I really like what we did with the getting everything updated for the snow yesterday. Looks good. Actually, do these stumps and logs have snow coverage on them? Okay, yeah, the logs do, and the stumps do. Awesome. They share that same master material. It looks really nice. I'm happy that we spent some time yesterday to do that. That really triggers me. Hold on, I have to put a... I gotta put a rock here. I cannot see that stretch texture. I can't do it, chat! Oh. Ashes. Stones. Can't get in there. Pretty small. Looks so bad. Okay, that's a bit better. What is the... That's the blocking volume. Okay, never mind. I'm pretty sure we have all of the static meshes in our scene working with the snow. I'm almost 100% sure. Let me double check the cave just in case something weird is going on with the weather effects down here. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah. And if we make it rainy, let me see what happens. Ground gets a little bit wet. That's just the global illumination. We have the dripping. Oh man, that looks pretty cool. Yeah, I really like that drip spline. That drip spline is really, really well made. And I'm pretty sure that the weather, the sound effects too, should be occluded down in here, so you won't hear the thunderstorm as much. You can double check. How loud is it going to be? A little loud. Bear with me, chat. I think because of the thickness of the rocks above the player at this point, you can actually hear it a bit. I'm sure there's a way that we can address that. I'm sure there's a way. Yeah, because otherwise you just hear it like kind of going in and out. Here is where you should be able to hear it a lot, and you don't really. Maybe there's some way that I can address that. Ultra dynamic sky blueprint sound. Ambient sound. No, it's probably in weather effects, right? Let's see. Weather, state effects, material effects, sound effect. Sound occlusion. You can also place the UDS occlusion volume actor found in blueprint/occlusion to force specific sounds to be fully occluded and always attenuate weather sounds. Okay, let me check it out. Ocean portal. Oh. I actually feel like we should be putting that like here. I don't know if the player has to go. Where can I place that? Oh, it's a static mesh component. Okay, I see. I don't know how to use that properly. I'll have to play around with that one. But we can at least place this occlusion box down here. What settings? Effect sound occlusion, interior adjustment, block weather particle. So I think we could use that to that billboard is so big. I want it to cut about here, I would say, and then we can just kind of drag it over to the right and left to make sure it's... It is, isn't it? Oh no. Price that billboard. Can I just... It's not working. The screen space scaling is not working on that. This billboard is it's angry. Maybe not. not play this game. So I think that will fully occlude the sound as when we like walk into the cave interior. Right. Sneeze. I'm receiving flashes on that. Small detail, doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that's much better. You can still hear it, but very faintly. Very faintly. This is the one area, though, that I wish you could really hear it well. We'll have to do some additional looking into on that one. Yeah, that sounds a million times better. Some weird lighting. Where's that coming from? Sure. I'll have to do more profiling to figure that out. There's a lot of cool stuff. Any control. Pretty cool. Oh, does that work while I'm in game? Oh no, it's just okay. It's just in editor I can adjust that. It looks like I could like dock it or something. Oh yeah. By the way, if you guys haven't seen it, I don't know if you've seen it yet or not, but the thunderstorm at night is pretty awesome. Get some really nice lighting effects with the thunder and lightning. I know I'm only streaming at 30 FPS, but hopefully it still looks pretty cool. We'll go out into the open area. It's very bright, but it looks pretty awesome. Very moody. We also have ones that I haven't really shown off too. We have like just cloudy. Looks like Skyrim. Kind of does, doesn't it? That's pretty good sign then. So still have a long ways to go, and I'm no level designer, but it looks pretty decent. Foggy. Overcast. Partly cloudy. Of a sand dust storm. I don't think I'm gonna use this one in the prototype, but it is there. We have some light snow as well, just very light. Which is pretty cool because it only half covers the materials in the game. A blizzard. It's a blizzard, but without the stealing of breast milk or sexual harassment. You can also make your own weather as well, with a few parameters. It's pretty cool. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna get headed out a bit early because I gotta go home and do some editing for YouTube. It should be fun because I think I actually have to first convert. I have some MKV files that I have to convert over to MP4 so that I can edit them. And they're like 4 hours long. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. But tomorrow we're gonna jump into placing ingredients in the forest. I believe we're gonna try to take it section by section. So I'm not gonna do everything at once, but I'll probably start with like this area, and then move on to the ridge, and then move on to this area by the obelisk. And hopefully if we break it up into those three to 4 separate areas, I think we could do. We should be good. We should be good. Maybe we can find some things to place along the beach too. Maybe another acid pack for like shells or something. Just to have a pretty good variety of ingredients in the game. Either way, thank you guys for coming out. I will see you tomorrow. I apologize for the short stream, but I got a lot of shit to do, and I need to take some time from the streams to do it. So we'll be on normal time tomorrow, and hopefully for full time tomorrow. So I'll let you know. But yeah, stay safe. Have a nice rest of your Tuesday, and I will see you tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Central European time. Take care, guys.